Evacuation protocols have been initiated. Report immediately to your nearest evac assembly point. Emergency measures are now in place. Please collect your evac suit from the nearest distribution point and observe all evacuation protocols.
Greetings all, and welcome back. My name is Father Bill. I am a Roman Catholic priest and a streamer. After several days of ISP issues, it looks like it might be fixed. So we're on YouTube and Twitch today. We're going to do some Elite Dangerous work, building up Edmund Mahan's support in a couple of systems. And then with any luck, we'll also get to see a Starship Super Heavy launch. We'll have to play that one by ear. But, so far so good. I'm seeing good quality on the stream. Do let me know if there are any problems. Right now, I'll jump into the ship, and let's get to doing. So again, my apology for not being on the last few days.
We are initiating emergency protocols.
There were times when I was getting less than 1 megabit up.
Emergency muster point.
And right now, things seem to be working.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, game, let me in.
Gonna try to dodge. It's best to dodge out of the way.
ASNA, thank you for that resub. I do appreciate it. Your support is truly appreciated.
All systems ready to go.
Okay, let's see what situation exists with our faction. like we're in good shape. Now let's check power play. Still marginally fortified. Need to do a bit more work. See what the weekly activities are. That's curious. No activities for the day. So, this is Sutter's Mill. I guess that means we're going mining for a bit. Been a while since I've been on the ship. See if I know how to fly anymore. Hey, Craven. Good to see you. Hey, McLean.
Landing lock disengaged. Exit is clear.
This ship is so much easier to fly with distributed drives. How so, McLean? And I'm glad to hear it. I appreciate that. And I appreciate what your nation's doing. There's the hazardous site.
deployed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Ah. It's a good omen for this location.
Asteroid depleted.
Hey, Pete. I use ADAM's multi-stream, and thankfully my internet is working correctly, and I see both chats using a program called Social Stream. It's a plug-in to whatever browser you're using. Hopefully that made sense, Pete.
Limpet engaged.
Not enough. Try you.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed.
Yeah, Social Stream is a, what do they call it? A plugin for your browser, which if you use Chrome, you can get from the Social Stream website.
Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed.
You go to a seminary which some people go in college.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Others, like I did, went after college. And I did a program called Pre-Theology,
Prospector limpet failed.
where I caught up on the philosophical things that I didn't get in college.
Prospector limpet
And of
engaged.
course, learned more about Roman Catholic traditions.
Prospector limpet failed.
Solomon, it's the first time I've been able to stream since Tuesday
Prospector limpet engaged.
because of my goofy internet. My guess is, Grunge Bro, someone who studied theology could be a demonologist.
Prospector limpet failed.
The ones who are priests are called exorcists.
Prospector limpet engaged.
Forgot how wide this ship is. Sure seems to be, Solomon.
Asteroid depleted.
When I woke up this morning, I tested the internet, and it was at 0.08 upload. Things really changed since I got back from my support group.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it, Solomon. And I ran it multiple times. I suspect a piece of their equipment got worn out.
Asteroid depleted. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Thankfully, my download speed's been decent, so I could watch the Glen launch yesterday. Well, actually, early this morning. I didn't catch it live, but I caught it on a rebroadcast.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet engaged.
Hot dog, 2 good rocks. Yeah, I spent about an hour testing it today. Kept bouncing between 20 megabits to 48 megabits. When I saw it getting into the 30s on a regular basis, I thought, well, let's try and do a stream.
Asteroid depleted. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged.
It's a business connection. I switched it from residential to business so we get better customer service. The only thing that they could tell me when the text came out was, well, right now the upload node has a 70% usage. I jokingly said, well, maybe somebody's getting a computer got used for a DDoS, distributed disruption of service, which caused the tech to laugh.
Asteroid depleted.
Oh yeah, no, they're going to get a phone call very shortly to say, I was down for 4 days. What can you do for me?
Prospect to limpet engaged.
Hey, Hereafter, good to see you. Welcome back.
Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged.
I am Will. First off, welcome. I adore this headset. It's the best one I've ever used. Hey, Beowulf Schmidt, thank you very much for that resub. I do appreciate it.
Asteroid defeated.
There's the rock I was looking for.
Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged.
Low platinum. Try you.
Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet engaged.
And I am Will. If you've got any questions about the headset, don't hesitate to ask. Be happy to help if I can.
Asteroid defeated. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged.
Changed the way I played the game for sure, Beowulf.
Asteroid defeated.
When I first started playing the game, I played it on the flat screen. Then I got a VR headset. I was like, oh my goodness. This is something that I've been trying to have my whole life. Feeling like I'm in outer space.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Prospect limpet engaged.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Prospect limpet failed. Prospect Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed.
Yep, it sure does.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid depleted. Prospector
Hey,
limpet
Mr. Warpath, how you doing, War?
at maximum
Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What we up to today? Hey, Singing Sailor, Juan Pick, welcome. Dan, good to see you. Callie Ryan, welcome.
engaged.
Geek MP3, welcome. Nope, this is the same one I've had since March of last year.
Welcome to the stream. Comstar now has all of your personal information.
Geek MP3, thank you for the follow.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed.
This is called the Big Screen Beyond, I Shuck One. Exclamation point VR will take you to a site that explains it. Exclamation point VR.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed.
Well, thank you, War. It was something that actually saved me from not playing in VR. I wasn't able to wear my headset for almost almost 2 months. Then this one came in, and I could start playing in VR again. I had an injury that prevented me from wearing my old headset. It's just too heavy, it caused vertigo.
Asteroid defeated.
Well, you know, you're not alone in that. Check something here real quick. Some people see good old Kit. Others think that I'm acting. Their mileage may vary.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed.
Yes, you need Steam VR base stations and a set of controllers. You can use Vive controllers, or I use the Index
Prospector
controller.
limpet engaged.
One base station would be enough for seated VR. If you want to do standing VR, you'd use two.
Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Tony, once you figure out how to use it, it's simplicity. Let me show you. I use my flight stick to go up and down, left and right, and it will lock on to whatever you're trying to get to. I can go up and down using my pedals, and if I want to spin in an axis, I've got an analog stick on my throttle. So it's very simple once you figure out how to do it. And that's how I've done it. Each person will choose their own way of dealing with it.
Cargo hold at maximum
Hey, Lev.
capacity. Prospector limpet failed.
What's weird about it?
Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, it's got a different maneuvering profile than, say, a Python. I've gotten used to it, though,
Depleted.
because it does things that even the Python can't do.
Prospector limpet failed.
Hard to believe I said that, but that's been my experience. That sounds good. I had my lunch just before I started, so I'm good.
Prospector limpet failed.
Understood? That would be a late supper for me.
Limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed.
Of course, I try and get to bed rather early for most folks.
Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed. Prospect limpet failed.
Kelly Ryan, thank you very much for that follow. I do appreciate it.
Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet engaged.
Good. Got back in the platinum stream again.
Asteroid depleted.
I used to, Grinmer. I used to. Back in college. That was a long time ago, though. I don't think I could do it anymore. I'd go to school all day, then clock in after everyone else had gone away.
Asteroid depleted.
And be there till class the next morning. That was no fun, let me tell you.
Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Asteroid depleted. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. engaged.
Now these limpets should be just about to fail. I wish I had a timer on how long the limpets would last. But, because I've got a full cargo bay,
Engaged. Prospector limpet engaged. Engaged.
Nice. I have to dump more limpets. This one's only 28%, but I might as well get it. We'll go over and get that 40 rock. Where to next?
Not possible.
I wasn't talking to you, Gamma.
Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Nice, 240 rocks in a row. Hey, Kulfingern. Indeed.
Asteroid depleted.
Especially since I didn't get any weekly activity for some reason.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Ohioan Empire, welcome.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Evil Tweedle, thank you for the raid, and welcome to those joining from your channel. Welcome on in, folks. Thanks for joining. Doing some mining to earn merit to bring a system under full control of Edmund Mahan. Ah. Welcome to the community. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. If I can't answer it, I'll bet somebody in chat can.
Asteroid depleted. Prospector limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Mr. Media, thank you for the follow.
Prospector limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet engaged.
Sure. It's one of the great activities of the game. I'm a politician and a trader.
Asteroid depleted.
That's kind of where I find my way of playing. Working on BGS and power play operations. Hey Carl, welcome on YouTube.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Asteroid depleted. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged.
Like they're starting the broadcast for SpaceX is going to be at 4 o'clock my time, which is about 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours to go.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. limpet engaged. Prospector limpet engaged.
It is still underway, Marcus. Yeah, they had a successful launch this morning. I actually thought it was happening tomorrow. Well, I missed it last night, but I caught the rebroadcast.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
And it's a pretty thing.
Prospector limpet failed.
They didn't make their landing, but they made it to orbit, so that's the best part of it.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet failed.
Glad you could join, Crawl. Thank you.
Prospector limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet failed. Prospector limpet engaged. Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid depleted.
Yeah, I want to see what the drone barge looks like. But they lost contact when it was 4,000 meters. So my guess is they had to self-destruct the booster because it was out of control. So it was still 4 kilometers above the Earth's surface when it lost contact. But thankfully, it made it to orbit.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Asteroid depleted. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet engaged. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect limpet failed.
Yeah. They don't have the satellite architecture that SpaceX has.
Prospect limpet engaged. Prospect limpet engaged.
Well, I'm already full, so... Why did it dump all my limpets? Well, looks like I'm going back in. We'll mine these 2 rocks and... Love to know why all my limpets just dropped out. phone here real quick, folks.
Cargo scope retracted. 4, 3, 2, 1.
$248 tons is still a pretty good haul. Alright, 43. Now they have things up. Curious that they weren't there at the beginning.
Gutenmeier, Sierra Uniform Tango. StarCom welcomes you to this facility, Commander. We'll put a landing pad on hold for your arrival. Approval granted. Head directly to Docking Bay 39er. Contact confirmation. Clear for system shutdown.
Oh, what we got on board. $13 million in profit, and it gets me
Incoming message.
10,000 merits, which all goes toward building up the influence in this system. I have more care packages than I have space for materials. Yeah, use this ship. Remember, do I have a fuel scoop on board? Well, this thing's got a 32-ton tank. Memory serves.
Ship coupling disengaged. Be wary of traffic on your way out. You are all clear. Safe travels, Commander.
hopefully as I get closer, there will be some sort of resource extraction site. Thank you. Not a has-res, but it's the next best thing.
Frameshift charge detected.
That's a crook.
Target shields offline. Taking heat damage. Under attack. Warning. Impulse attack. Trajectory disruption. Scan detected. Target shields. Target shields. Target destroyed. Incoming message.
And now we'll go back. Jump back here, and we'll go to the nav beacon and see if we can find some power play enemies there. So jumping back to the starting system is quicker than going to Super Cruise Overcharge. Vegetable 13, welcome. gonna try something here.
Scan detected.
Your scan is clear. Carry on with your journey, Commander.
Target shields offline. Taking heat damage. Target destroyed.
Emergency reserve force deploying.
Well, there are no power play enemies here. Head back to 53051. Sounds like they're starting to fuel Starship Super Heavy. We may get to see a launch today. Hey, Master Player. Good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you for that resub. I do appreciate it. My internet seems to be working again. We'll have to agree to disagree, Master Player. Go Irish. It's going to be an interesting game. If they both bring their A games, I don't know who's going to win. But if anybody's behind the ball, they're going to lose. Tonight is the national championship for the college football. And it's the Ohio State versus Notre Dame. And I've been a Notre Dame fan since all I can remember.
Zurkon Peterson, Mike Uniform Sierra. Greetings, Commander. Please take care when entering this Alliance facility. Landing authorized. Proceed to landing pad 26.
No, it uses the same scoring system as any other football league. Now, their sudden death overtimes is a little different from the NFL, but otherwise, same scoring system. 2 influence for each one of those. Was it on the 20th? I thought it was tonight. Okay, folks, I've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'm going to put up the Be Right Back screen. Be back as quick as I can. See you when I get back.
If you don't have access permission, you'll need to exit the facility immediately. If you're unable to complete docking procedure within your time slot, you'll need to exit the bay and resubmit a docking request. Starcon to all vessels. Check your speed inside the docking bay. Starcon extends a warm welcome to new arrivals at this facility, and Godspeed to departures. Starcon to all vessels. If you're unable to complete docking procedure within your time slot, you'll need to exit the bay and resubmit a docking request. Starcon here. Welcome to the Starport. Please alight at your assigned pad, and thanks for choosing this facility. Starcon would like to remind all pilots to avoid blocking access to docking pads during arrival and departure. Starcon extends a warm welcome to new arrivals at this facility. Godspeed to departure. Starcon here. Welcome to the Starport.
And I'm back.
Please alight at your assigned
Thank you for sticking around, folks.
Landing lock disengaged. Be wary of traffic on your way out.
So the SpaceX stream is going to start at 3:57 now. When we get close to the launch, we'll switch over.
You are now clear of station restrictions. Starcom wishes you a good journey.
Three, two, one. Incoming mission critical message. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
I'll tell you, this bot, when it's on target, is quite humorous. I hope I don't go through a metamorphosis going to the Kafka installation.
Mike, Uniform Sierra. This is Flight Control. Please follow established docking procedures and request access before you approach the port. Access granted. Adjust heading for approach to pad 06.
That reminds me, I need to name this ship. I already know what it's going to be.
Comstar now has all of your personal information.
Larky, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Warning, landing gear not deployed. Landing successful. Commence system shutdown.
Take that influence.
Incoming message.
Build up the faction. As long as I'm here, let's take a look and see what's at Pioneer Outfitting. There's Pioneer.
You looking for a new weapon? Or something catches your eye? Let me know.
Suits. Arma 2 with reload speed.
Anything else I can do for you? Come back when you are ready.
I haven't heard anything about a new AX ship. That's been out since the Type 8 came out. I don't have a shipyard, so I can't show it to you, but when I get back to the other station, I'll show it to you.
Landing coupler disengaged. You are clear for departure.
Four, three, two, one.
That is what SEO makes so much better. Last I heard, Malarkey, is that AXI shut down HIP 2460.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
facility, Commander. Hope we can be of service. Access granted. Head directly to docking bay 26. Speed restrictions are in operation within the facility perimeter.
Yeah, whatever. Go to the shipyard real quick.
Landing confirmed. Clear for system shutdown.
So here's the Alliance Chieftain. And it has two AX multi-cannons, a nanite torpedo pylon, which is no longer needed, one Echo beam laser, and one Delta DOS cannons. It's got 6 Alpha dirty drives, drag. Lots of stuff that will be useful in going up against Thargoids. And that's available for ARCs right now. Not sure what you mean by that, Iseni. Good game. I do love the Midnight Blacks. That's a rare thing. tempted to do that for the influence, if nothing else. But I've got to do that merchandise contract first.
How can I be of assistance?
What is most valuable? Geez, personal weapons or drugs? We'll do the mineral extractors.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, that's why they call it Malarkey a jumpstart ship. Helps people who don't have those things.
Landing lock disengaged. Your way is clear to depart.
They can get engaged in combat with a relatively decent ship.
Your way is clear. Safe travels, Commander.
Hey, Bucky. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to all those joining from your channel. My internet seems to be fixed. Hey, Jimmy. Good to see you. Yep, only 151 total frames dropped. And we're 31 minutes away from the next Starship Super Heavy launch.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Hey, Darth Spectre, welcome back.
Recon Charlie, Uniform Tango, please submit a request to StarCon before docking, and enjoy your stay, Commander. Approval granted. Head directly to Docking Bay 37.
Let me get it for you. Give me just a second. I'll get landed here and I'll give you the link.
Alliance protocols dictate you must reduce your speed immediately.
Just a moment.
Ship is down. Pad restraints engaged.
In the interest of smooth traffic flow within the docking bay, StarCon requests that pilots avoid blocking access to docking pads. Welcome to the starport. We hope you enjoy your stay at our facility.
That's a direct link to their feed. And since they've started broadcasting, I'll bring in their conversation.
Ready for prop load, check the booster, quick disconnects, and the ship one. We demate the chopsticks. We actually do a little wiggle check on them, make sure we have control, as we're going to be using those from catch. Load up all of the hydraulics that are on the tower, and then we did the initial locks and methane chills, getting them ready for prop load.
Now, speaking of prop load, we conducted the go, no-go poll for prop load at 3:30, so a little bit less than an hour ago. Always good there. Prop load is underway. The LOX load on the booster started at T-minus 45 minutes, and fuel started at T-minus 43 minutes. Booster fuel will start at T-minus 41 minutes, and then LOX on the booster started at T-minus 35. So that will all wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 minutes on the ship side, and at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the booster side. So everything is looking good. Propellant is loading.
Yeah, looks like we're about half full of everything on booster, 3/4 of the way there on ship. Looking good for a launch today. With that, though, let's jump over. Let's check back in with Jesse real quick and all of our teams out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan and Kate, and great to hear the updates with the vehicle as we prepare for liftoff.
Enterprise A can do it. She's got 510.
As expected. Love it. All the Raptor engines are built here, so there's a lot of that team here in the crowd, so they have a strong connection to the Starship flight today. Every flight test gets us closer to a fully operational Starship, which gets us closer to our ultimate goal to make humanity a multi-planetary species. To establish cities on Mars, we're going to need high-cadence, low-cost flights for cargo and crew. As the only fully reusable rocket with this kind of capability, Starship is the only vehicle in development that will be able to unlock our multi-planet future. Starship uses a first-of-its-kind on-orbit propellant transfer to refuel in orbit in preparation for these long trips. With milestones like ship catch and in-orbit prop transfer coming up, 2025 promises to be huge for Starship and our journey to Mars, with our first trip currently planned for the end of 2026. Between the reusability, low cost, and heavy lift capabilities, this all comes together to help us deliver up to 100 people at a time to destinations both near and far, and to deliver payloads farther and at a lower cost than any other vehicle. We'll be able to launch more massive payloads than anything else flying or in development today, capable of sending things like giant space telescopes or the next generations of space stations into orbit on a single launch. So while today's flight is just a test, the future is much closer than we realize. But one flight test at a time, so let's head back to Dan and Kate for a closer look at Starship.
Thanks, Jesse. Starship features two major parts: the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. The Raptor engine is a reusable methane-oxygen staged combustion engine that powers the Starship system and has twice the thrust of the Falcon 9 Merlin engine. Now, just like we saw flights 1 through 6, the current iteration of Starship is an experimental vehicle flying for development. As we mentioned earlier, today's flight is debuting a ton of upgrades that we've had in the works in order to increase Starship's reliability and performance. Several of these upgrades will also unlock our ability to fly longer missions, something that we'll want to do as we start doing orbital flights around Earth.
And then to get an even better sense of just how big Starship is, we can start here. Let's take a person about 2 meters tall. Towering over that, you got your Millennium Falcon clocking in at 35. Just above that, we've got a Falcon 9 rocket, payload fairing attached. Double that height, you're up at 70 meters. And then topping it all off, nearly twice the size, it's a fully stacked Starship up to 123, got 2 meters taller. Altogether, the ship, 52 meters, Super Heavy boosters, 71. And what's super fun is we're going to make ship and booster even taller in the future.
which is crazy because turning around and looking at it and thinking that it's going to be bigger, that's mind-blowing.
Make the ship as tall as the booster.
Now, moving up the rocket, the ship features 6 Raptor engines. 3 optimized for sea level
Just amazing
performance
what they
and
can do
3
nowadays.
optimized for vacuum performance. Raptor Vacuum, or RVAC, is a similar design to the Raptor engine, but features a larger exhaust section and a larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in space. Our upgraded ship that we're debuting today carries about 300 more tons of propellant than the last flight's ship, bumping it up from 1,200 metric tons to about 1,500 metric tons. It's a lot. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface. Now, the ship is also outfitted with newly redesigned forward flaps that are used to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing. The new flaps are lighter and positioned more leeward or away from the heat shield.
Now, to reach full reusability, the ship has to be able to survive re-entry not just one time, but multiple times. The ship's heat shield is essentially what does the job for that. We've been iterating on that every single flight, building towards that heat shield that requires no refurbishment between flights. Now, the heat shield is composed of thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles. They're designed to insulate the vehicle during that atmospheric entry where temperatures ramp up to as high as about 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. A rapidly reusable heat shield has never been flown in history, so continuously improving this, flying new experiments, those are all key focuses of all of our flight tests right now.
And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which we saw in actions on flights 2 through 6. The hot staging maneuver is when the upper stage engines are ignited before the booster engines, before those booster engines are completely cut off. With hot staging, the rocket never stops accelerating during separation, so it's more efficient than traditional stage separation. One of the hallmarks of Starship flights are the incredible views that we get throughout flight, of course, courtesy of Starlink. Every day, we're working to expand the Starlink network both on Earth and in space. Here's Jesse with more.
Fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables us to bring you lots of unprecedented views, both from space and here on Earth. In addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship itself, we also have mobile Starlink camera kits deployed in the Indian Ocean, connected to our aerial assets and all around Starbase, which all come together to help tell the incredible story of Starship, both on and off planet. Thanks to Starlink, Starship is capable of streaming more than 120 megabits of real-time, high-definition video and telemetry in every phase of flight, providing invaluable engineering data to
That,
help
folks,
engineers
has never
rapidly
been done
iterate across all systems. And all of that streaming data will be put to good use with the more than 30 cameras on the vehicle for today's flight test. Starlink
Used to be when they came into the atmosphere, they'd lose
contact. In low
contact.
Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet, providing access to people around the world, many who have never had connectivity before. Starlink now serves more than 119 countries, territories, and other markets. And here at SpaceX, we've been developing Starlink's communication capabilities not just for humans on Earth, but for astronauts in space. Our recent Polaris Dawn mission, we deployed a high-speed internet connection in Dragon for the very first time. Here's a quick look at how that went.
Starlink is an amazing confluence of programs at SpaceX. So we have a whole corner of the company that owns and operates a multiple thousand satellite constellation to provide internet to people on Earth. So Dragon was modified for Polaris Dawn to have a laser and a Star Trekker inside of the trunk. And then it will obtain internet, both uplink and downlink, through that laser link. And it's connected to a Wi-Fi router, just like you would have in your house.
Getting online with Starlink was super easy.
It was just like getting online at home, and even easier, perhaps. It just connected automatically and then worked seamlessly.
And then it was just internet in space.
The Starlink performance on orbit blew us away. It enabled us to talk directly with Mission Control team, and it also enabled us two-way video connection with our families back at home. So it just was an incredible resource.
One of my favorite memories is, you know, all four of us in different parts of the spacecraft on phones with our earpieces talking to our families. Get to show them the perspective that we have of Earth. It was very cool to bring them into the mission that way.
I was able to show my kids and my husband, you know, what it looked like to be floating in space. I got to show them out the window. Well, my husband even exclaimed that at one point we hung up the call and he called back and I answered and he was like, I called space.
Starlink on Dragon is something that we want to include because we have this company within SpaceX that has space-based internet. So what not a better way to test space-based internet in space?
From connecting astronauts in space to providing high-speed internet to more than 4.6 million active customers here on Earth, the Starlink team is laser-focused on expanding coverage, increasing speeds, and lowering latency.
I actually looked at getting Starlink when my internet went down on Monday.
Last year, we activated Starlink in 27 new markets and are now covering a global area home to 2.8 billion people, including those who live in some of the most remote places on Earth.
Not quite there
To meet
yet.
the growing global demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX opened a new 700,000 square foot factory in Bastrop, Texas, and introduced Starlink Mini as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard Kit. The SpaceX team also achieved an unprecedented launch cadence, conducting 134 Falcon launches, with 89 dedicated to expanding the Starlink constellation. With each
Well,
launch,
they actually
Starlink
have a
adds
plan
more
that's not
capacity
too
to the
bad,
constellation and continues
but
to expand its coverage, connecting even more
the
people in
upload
underserved
speed
and hardest to reach areas
maybe
of the
not
globe.
enough
Now,
to
while
do a
our
stream.
mission to connect the unconnected is far from complete, you
But
can
it's
check out some of the Starlink team's
$120 a
highlights from
month
2024 and learn more
for,
about how our customers are furthering Starlink's impact around
their
the world
unlimited
at
package,
starlink.com/stories.
which is cheaper
And a
than what
little
I'm
bit
paying for
closer
here.
to home, we do have a few updates
Where
for
it
those
doesn't work
impacted
every
by
so
fires
often.
here in Southern California. So far, the Starlink team has provided
Although Starlink
about
per-
1,350 free kits to fire departments and other
Starlink
disaster
performance
response
goes down with
organizations
clouds in the
from
sky.
Denton, Orange County, all the way up to Malibu. That is in addition to applying free Starlink service for thousands of customers impacted by the fires all across the Los Angeles area. And just as critically, since enabling our direct-to-cell satellites with T-Mobile, more than 120,000 text messages have been sent, allowing those in impacted areas to reach loved ones, text 911, or receive emergency alerts. I've never been prouder to be an employee at SpaceX for moments like that where we can help the people and community around us. Make sure to follow @Starlink on X for updates as we continue to work with local response teams, and check out starlink.com/LA wildfires for more information on these efforts. But back to today's flight test. One of our objectives is to return the booster to the launch site where it will be caught by the tower as we did on Flight Test 5. So let's head back to Dan and Kate for a catch primer.
Thanks, Jesse. We are now T-minus 8 minutes and 40 seconds until liftoff. Flight controllers on console there in the building just behind Dan and I. You can actually see the rocket in the distance at the pad 6 miles away. Our excitement is growing. I already am not sure if I'm going to be able to remain coherent after witnessing this, so looking forward to it.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Just a quick status check. The ship fully loaded in its main tanks on locks in fuel. We're going to load the header tanks, and booster is going to be closing out real soon as well. Let's talk about that second catch attempt, though. So we're going to use the tower's
We'll go
two
full screen
gigantic
before
robotic
the
arms
launch.
called the chopsticks. Same thing we used to stack Starship onto Super Heavy for all the integration ahead of a flight, and that's what we used to catch by moving stuff like landing legs from the booster to the ground side. It's a lighter booster, means you can carry more into space.
Now, in a nominal operational scenario following liftoff and after the 2 stages separate in flight, Super Heavy will return to the launch site, reignite its engines to slow the vehicle down, and the tower's arms will catch the rocket booster.
And just to get to this point, just like before, thousands of distinct vehicle pad criteria have to be met prior to that return and catch. We need healthy systems on the booster, healthy systems on the tower, and a manual command from our mission flight director for the day. If we don't send that command before the boost back burn ends, or if any of those automated checks kick us out, that's what happened on Flight 6, the Super Heavy booster will divert to an offshore trajectory, and it'll go out into a landing burn in a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Star Spectre, my folks
we have
got
said it before, but it remains
fiber
true
internet.
today. We accept no compromises when it comes to ensuring the safety of the public and our team.
And
that
just a
return
little bit
will
jealous.
only take place if the conditions are right.
And one of the unique aspects of Starship flights is the return and the catch of that super heavy booster and the audible sonic boom that it comes with it in the area around the return location. General impact to anyone in the area is just a brief thunder-like noise, but it definitely lets you know it's coming.
Oh yeah. It's something our neighbors in Cape Canaveral, Florida and Vandenberg, California have become accustomed to over the years, and now we're bringing the boom to Boca. So here's a peek of what to expect.
As I mentioned earlier, we have Starship, Raptor, and Starlink employees here fully invested in this flight test. And of course, many other SpaceX employees also here across our site supporting their teammates. Every flight test has been pretty unique, and we're all very excited for another round of firsts, but I'm pretty sure the crowd is looking forward to potentially watching those chopsticks catch another booster. So let's see how excited they are today.
Comstar now has all of your personal information.
Chief Jet Lee, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Chef Jeff, my apologies. Thank you for that follow.
Just under 5 minutes to go. We are all very excited here. We're going to send it back to you at Starbase for the final minutes of the countdown. Kate and Dan.
I'll be landed here in just a minute or so.
All right, thank you, Jesse. So, if you just tuned in under 5 minutes ago, you picked the right time to do it.
Yeah, he's probably
just a
Cook
quick
County.
Status check. So we're almost fully loaded on the booster. We'll be fully loaded on the ship, fully loaded on the booster coming up soon. Our range.
Cook County has Comcast
in the range. That's super
only
important for security guys.
ISP.
Mike, Kyle, Nick, the whole team out there in the elements, making sure everything's clear, doing a fantastic job. And we are coming up on 4 minutes and looking good for launch.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Exciting. Now, we do have an opportunity to hold at T-minus 40 seconds if necessary. This is a chance for us to perform additional checks if necessary. If we need to repressurize some tanks, or if there's a wayward vessel in the range last minute, opportunity to clear it out. But everything currently looking good. Now, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure. The ship will go to internal power. After that, the quick disconnect, or QD, arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction, which will happen shortly after T0. And yeah, once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we do have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 40 second mark and hold there to assess what happened and assess opportunity to proceed again to T0.
Yep, we've used that T-minus 40 hold a couple of times. Boat's usually one of the items, but we aren't tracking anything right now that would cause us to hold there. We can hold there for several minutes. Main thing you're watching at is you kind of set a clock because your temperatures will change and the fuel in the locks everything pretty quickly, so you've got a couple of minutes that you can hang out and figure things out. There are items that if we pass them, we're scrubbed for the day.
Just turning this contract real quick.
One of the main ones is that flame deflector at the bottom of the launch mount. Water begins flowing from that at the T-minus 10 second mark. If we scrub at any point after that, we'll be done for the day, and then teams will need to refill the deflector as well as all of our prop that we use to load on board the vehicle. It's pretty much just under 11 million pounds of prop setting on that thing right now, and we can actually recycle in about 24 hours now.
Which is incredible given the sheer volume of propellant that is on board the vehicle there on your screen.
All right, coming up on the 2-minute mark. Again, a lot of ambitious things on the plate for Starship today.
Time to switch over.
New ship, new year, a lot of upgrades. doing a lot of ambitious things in space this time. Our first payload deploy, relighting a Raptor engine.
Music.
Yeah.
We're looking good.
So as we mentioned before, we have an opportunity to hold at T-minus 40 seconds, not tracking any issues at the moment that would be necessary right now. So fingers crossed we can pass through that checkpoint without stopping. But the folks on console are continuing to evaluate the launch commit criteria, making sure that the winds are within limits as well as any other weather restrictions. But man, compared to yesterday, this is a textbook gorgeous day.
Oh yeah, little breezy today, but we got clear blue skies for a launch today. So at this point, all the prop has been loaded on the vehicle. We've closed everything out. We're doing our final thrust vector control, or steering for the engine checkouts. Once we hit the 30-second mark, we'll hear the flight director give the final go for launch. So we're under a minute. As we said, we're not expecting a hold at T-minus 40. But do not be shocked if that happens. It has happened in the past, and we can hang out there for a couple of minutes if we need to.
If memory serves me right,
we hold my breath for 4 seconds.
Pass through prop load gate.
All right, we pass right through that prop load gate.
Hot diggity dog.
All right, so we're going to let our flight director, Ty Huntington, take it away.
Go for launch.
All right, here we go, folks.
And 20 seconds.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Vehicle's pitching downrange.
Absolutely amazing.
Pressure's nominal.
All right, we're more than 30 seconds into flight. Telemetry showing 33 out of 33 engines as it's pitching downrange.
Booster, ship, avionics, power, telemetry nominal.
Hearing good call-outs on the ship and booster avionics. You just heard the rumble hitting us about 6 miles away. Watching Starship arc into just endless blue skies right now.
Vehicle supersonic.
More than a minute into flight, the vehicle's supersonic.
Max Q.
So we just passed through max Q. That's the greatest stress the vehicle is going to experience on the way uphill. Reminder that all of our teams down here on the ground are now looking at systems on the tower. They just did a manual check through. That's going to inform that manual flight director's decision.
Look at how fast
Next
they're going
moment
up.
Coming up, though, is going to be hot staging. Don't take your eyes off it. It's one heck of a light show.
What a gorgeous ascent.
6 ship engines getting ready to ignite. That's going to happen while we're still attached.
We can still see the ship's engines from the ground.
Got a little under 30 seconds away from that. We are hearing good call-outs on the tower preparedness from the
Filling
manual
the
checks. Reminder
Starship's
that we still
engines.
got automated checkouts on the booster and the ship itself. But as of right now, our manual checks and our manual commanding is looking go for a catch.
Booster engine cut off.
That is incredible news. We just heard the call out for booster engine cut off.
Engine startup.
Most engines cut off, down to those
Stage
middle
separate.
3.
Cruise preference startup.
All right. right, hot stage
Raptor, chamber
confirmed.
pressure
We've
is
got a
nominal.
booster hopefully on its way back to us, and a ship now making its ascent burn into space. How's it going in Hawthorne, Jesse?
It's great over here. You can hear the crowd screaming for every milestone. The booster is now making its way back down to Earth. Looks like we have 12 of those 13 engines ignited. We're using the engines that actually gimbal.
We
So
are go for booster return.
an excellent call out there. We are go for booster
Ship
return.
avionics, power and telemetry nominal.
There's a lot of criteria that needed to line up to ensure that we could have a safe booster catch, and it sounds like we got the go for that.
There goes the hot stage ring.
And there you can see on your screen, we had we just jettisoned the hot stage, and there's a great, excellent view there of the hot stage floating away from the super heavy booster. Now we've shut down the engines for that boost back burn. That confirms boost back burn is now complete. That was the first of 2 burns required for the vehicle to make its way back down to Earth. And next coming up will be the landing burn. That's going to be 13 of those center engines igniting again. And that will then go down from 13 down to 3 engines just right before we touch down for that booster catch. Now, reminder, our stage 1 objectives are to have a controlled ascent, stage separation, as well as a controlled boost back burn and hot stage as well. So we're looking good for that so far. Some great views there from the ship of Earth. That looks incredible. Now, Starship's ship is still firing its engines right now.
Starship trajectory nominal.
And great call-outs. Starship trajectory is nominal. You can follow along the telemetry, the altitude, in the bottom left-hand corner for the Super Heavy booster, as well as the bottom right-hand corner for the ship. And these views are just amazing. Again, the booster is currently making its way back to the tower today. So we're looking forward to a booster catch with the chopsticks. And in the meantime, you can see those grid fins there helping to control the vehicle and guide it back to its landing site.
Booster FTS.
Look at that speed going up.
Now with that, we're going to hand it back. How's it going over there, Dan and Kate? How are you doing, Kate? Seeing that in person?
Dan had to take that entire segment because I couldn't talk. That was incredible.
There it is.
We can see the booster coming back in now through the plume. At least it looks that way to us. It's incredible that it basically returns. It looks like a speeding, just like this silver flare coming back to the. Once again, we are standing by for
subsonic.
Attempting to catch the booster at the tower. This would be the second tower catch.
Booster
landing burn. Seeing 13 engines.
Booster now hovering as it aligns with the tower for catch.
Booster coming in. Get ready for that boom, Kate.
Down to 3 engines.
Booster landing burn shutdown. Megazilla has caught the booster.
I've seen it, and I still can't believe it. Yes!
You heard it here. Megazilla has caught the booster.
Once again, for the second time, a successful catch by the launch tower. This is the same tower, the launch pad, where that booster took off from just 7.5 minutes ago. Great view from the chopstick arms, looking at those hypersonic grid fins that steer the booster for that precision landing.
Just wow.
It almost looks like it's flapping its wings.
Yeah, you can see just how small that catch fitting is, too, on something that's just so massive.
That was absolutely insane.
Meanwhile,
we're not done. But
we're
wait,
not
there's
done
more.
yet.
Wow, that is just absolutely stunning. And this, of course, a gorgeous view there from the tower looking down at the top of the booster.
All right, and we are tracking.
Now we're standing by for views from the ship, but who can take their eyes off of that incredible sight? That is once again the second catch of a booster back at the launch tower. It was incredible to see it come back down, just this silver flare in the sky. And we can still see the launch plume behind us, and wow, that we definitely I can't speak for you, Dan, but that was very moving for me.
Yeah, and right now you can see some of the telemetry on those ship engines has gone out, and we're waiting for an update on what our ship status is. We were approaching that ship engine cutoff time, so just waiting to hear. So obviously we've got booster back, booster on the launch tower in the chopstick arms.
They did, Master
We
Player.
are waiting to get an update now on the ship. As we were expecting ship engine cutoff about 40 seconds ago. We saw some of those engines start to go out prior to that point. And so right now we are just standing by to try and get the latest word on where we are with ships. So stick with us for just a couple of minutes as we wait to hear some updates.
Now, if you just recently joined us, you might want to hit rewind and go back about 9-10 minutes ago to when Starship lifted off from the launch tower that you see there. We had a gorgeous ascent followed by a stage separation where the ship separated from the Super Heavy booster. The booster performed a flip maneuver and returned back to the Gulf Coast here. There you can see it on your screen. Obviously a successful catch back at the launch tower, which is something that we were all hoping to see and really couldn't ask for a more beautiful background with those blue skies and blue water there. As Dan said, we are standing by for an update on the ship that had ignited its engines and started making its way up to space. So standing by for more info on that. But wow, what an experience to see that take off and for that booster to come back. You can see it there up close on your screen to the place that it launched from. Once again, there were thousands of catch commit criteria, which is basically just all the things that we have to assess and evaluate and basically make sure that they are make sure that everything is clear and acceptable conditions, both on the vehicle side as well as the tower side, in order to enable that catch. So obviously from the last two flights that we have done, where the Flight 6 we attempted but had to divert into the ocean, and then on Flight 5 we did have the first ever successful catch of the booster. We used the learnings of those two flights to hone in that catch commit criteria, and we saw success today, which is pretty awesome.
And just a quick status check. So we currently do not have comms with the ship, so trying to figure out exactly when that happened and exactly what happened. So obviously the flight controllers right now going through their data, looking to make sure it's not anything instrumentation on the ship, but actually try and get us a status. So again, we're gonna keep listening in on this. We'll give you an update as soon as we have a little bit more. So for now, stage 1 back in the tower, waiting to find out a little bit more about stage 2.
Some of their new avionics might have failed. They had a new set of avionics they're using with this vehicle. And it could be they had a problem with them. Yeah, they do, Craven. I was really curious to see what the new position of the front flaps would have done.
So if you are just tuning in, we caught a booster, but we are still waiting to find out a little bit more on the ship. So it had successfully separated. We did that hot staging maneuver. We did see all 6 of ship's engines on the way uphill during its ascent. But as we were getting to the end of that ascent burn, we saw engines dropping out on telemetry, and we have since lost contact with the ship. So again, we're still listening in on the loops, trying to figure out how much we can get right now. But again, stick with us. We'll bring you updates as soon as we hear them. Really exciting.
So
We
the
were able to catch the
payload
booster today.
were
Obviously, we want to get the
satellite
ship all the way over to
simulators.
the Indian Ocean. May not be
They
able
were
to do that at
merely
this point,
weight
but we'll give you
and
some updates as soon as we
frames.
hear a little bit more about the ship.
For those that didn't catch earlier, this was a new version of the ship. This was its debut flight. So a lot of learnings here for sure as we continue to tune in and listen in with the teams and try to gather more information to understand where we stand with the ship. But as Dan mentioned before, teams are trying to make sure that it's not an instrumentation error. We want to find out if it's, did we just lose communication or did something else happen with the ship? So teams are actively working, trying to figure out what we can find out, and we're continuing to listen in and find out more information to share as we can. But as we said before, and you can see it there on your screen, what a beautiful, beautiful sight to see another booster back at the launch tower. That was successfully caught just minutes ago after sending the ship off into space, and having seen it for the first time with my own eyeballs in person, it was pretty awesome. And yeah, the thunder-like sonic boom was really fun to experience.
Yeah. So we are getting a little bit more. So we did lose all communications with the ship. So I mean, that is essentially telling us that we had an anomaly with that upper stage. So we're just coming up to the end of that ascent burn for the ship when we stopped when we started to lose a couple of the engines. We saw those dropping out, and then we did lose telemetry from the ship, so that means we didn't have contact with it. So at this point, we are assuming that the ship has been lost. So this was a brand new vehicle, essentially. This was kind of an upgrade version. So with that, there's a lot of things you're upgrading, but there's a lot of things you're going to learn as all of those systems are now interacting with each other for the first time. But at this point, we did lose the upper stage of the ship. So again, we're gonna listen in and try and figure out a little bit more about what happened, and obviously we'll do kind of a full breakdown once we get smarter ourselves in the coming hours and days as well.
For sure. Now, for those that have recently tuned in, we're now a little over T plus 16 and a half minutes after liftoff. We do believe that we have lost the ship during its ascent phase. It's successfully separated from the Super Heavy booster, but during that ascent phase, a couple of the engines dropped out, and then shortly thereafter, we lost communication with the vehicle. So we are assuming that we have lost the ship, but we are standing by to confirm that. And once we can, we will. But this was a new version of the ship, of Starship, and it was intentionally designed and flown in order to basically test the envelope, as we have done with every one of these test flights, the keyword there being test, and really trying to understand the boundaries and the maximums for the ability of this vehicle to fly and understand where those boundaries are. So we always knew that excitement is guaranteed today, success not guaranteed. And so yeah, we are standing by to see if we can learn more about the status of the ship.
Sorry, they lost the booster, or the Starship. all that weight on those 2 pins. Yep, I agree, Craven. Hopefully the info they had before it dropped will give them the information. It'll splash down. It didn't have enough velocity to get into orbit. Give this a few more minutes. See if they come up with any updates. This was unmanned, yes. Yeah, they're just now getting cargo versions built. Star Spectre. Yep, it sure will be. Look at how the wind down there is causing it to move.
Thanks, everyone, for continuing to stick around as we were checking in on the status of the ship. At this point in time, we can confirm that we did lose the ship. However, Starship, the total vehicle, did have an on-time liftoff at 4:37 p.m. Central Time from the launch pad just behind us at Starbase Texas. Gorgeous ascent and successful stage separation. The booster pushed the ship off, and the ship disconnected during that stage separation. The booster came back for a successful, the second ever booster catch at the launch tower, which was pretty incredible to see.
Yeah, it was great to see the booster come down, but we are obviously bummed out about ship. It looked like we lost contact with it a little under 8.5 minutes into flight. That's roughly when you start to get to that main engine cutoff. We obviously need to go through all the data. It's going to take some time. In the next hours, days, we're going to figure out exactly what happened, come back, fly the next one, get even farther. Reminder, it's a test. It's a flight test. It's an experimental vehicle. So we'll figure out what
Very curious to see what they find
today.
out
I'm sure
about it.
Doesn't end our day tomorrow. So as we do that, we're going to continue to provide you updates on our X account on SpaceX.com. So just continue to tune in there. As we learn what happened, we'll be ready to share it.
Exactly. So
Okay. Back to Elite. Oh my, I didn't hear about that. Not only was he a great broadcaster, but he was quite humorous. With the Major League video or Major League movies.
Landing lock disengaged. Your way is clear to depart.
Wow, I didn't know that. Nope, definitely not.
You are all clear. Starcon looks forward to receiving you again.
Big star. Thanks for sticking around for that launch, folks. Hopefully you found it interesting. Well, when you're doing something you love, that's the way you want to go out. Your boot's still on. Yeah, I've pretty much given up on television myself. Plain. I watch the local news because I have to, not because I want to. I need to know what's going on in our area. Dark planet. Take that influence, which is what we need in 53051. SCO drive makes these long runs seem so simple now. I have to agree with that, Craven. Agreed, McLean. Unfortunately, Disney's gone down a route that Walt would never have supported. And unfortunately, there's no one left of the Disney family who would stand up to it. There's a great book out there called The Disney War. It talks about battles that happened. Fascinating story. I have to agree with you, Top Cat. And good to see you. Welcome back. That's dust and gas, followed by the glow of the inner part of the galaxy. And get influence. Grasshopper Gaming TV, welcome. Mars is within the asteroid belt. There's an asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter.
Incoming mission critical message.
Why not have a fuel scoop on board? I don't have a fuel scoop on board. How did that happen? I especially love it when the keyboard on your phone goes wacky. And you know you hit the right points of the keyboard, but it comes out entirely wrong. It's trying to guess what you're going to say. Oh, sure can. Hammers.
Zurga Beats, Bravo, Romeo. India, please regulate your speed while on approach, Commander. Fly safe. Request approved. Head directly to docking bay 37. are cleared to disembark.
That influence? One more of those, and we'll call it influence for the day. Oh, good, it's right here. I was worried it was going to be all the way across the system.
Landing coupler deactivated. Exit is clear.
See you, McLean. Have a great night. Thanks for being here. With any luck, I'll be back on tomorrow morning.
India, Starcon is in operation at this port. Please submit a docking request before attempting to touch down. Approval grant. You are cleared on pad 06.
And the Kuiper Belt's really way out there.
Contact confirmation. Ground crew dispatched.
Now I can hear again.
Incoming message.
As long as I'm at another planetary port. Let's see what's it pioneering here. They do have objects in the Oort cloud in Sol. Persephone is a body out in the Oort cloud.
Got a job for you.
You looking for a new weapon? You don't want to be caught unprepared.
Artemis with combat movement speed. That doesn't seem like a good idea. No engineered weapons.
Anything else you need? I'll be here if you change your mind.
You want to know your ship can handle the worst the galaxy has to offer. You want power, precision,
Well, they try and make the galaxy as realistic as they can make it. Well, I know it's in extrasolar space now. It's outside of the heliosphere. But as far as it is from the Oort cloud, I don't know.
Zurkon Peterson, Bravo, Romeo, India. Welcome to this Alliance facility, Commander. Hope we can be of service. Approval granted. Head directly to docking bay 07. Contact confirmation. You are cleared to disembark.
Find out what I did with the fuel scoop on this thing. What I replaced it with. Now it's back to its long-range version. Let's see what situation the faction is in. 2008-66, we started at 924. Still building up the That. Oh, that's nice. That's an improvement. How many of these haven't I collected on? Dokey. That's all the old ones. And folks, I have to call it a stream at this time. Find you somebody I can hand you off to. Stargoid, who's streaming right now. Say thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks those with the follow button, sub button, rated the channel, or just for being here. Appreciate all the support. If you haven't already done so, please consider hitting the follow button. It'll let you know the next time I'm online, which hopefully will be tomorrow morning. Be looking for notifications from Twitch. Again, thanks to all for being here, and until next time, peace.
Gamma offline.